Hello, everyone. First off, if you're watching on YouTube, I want you to personally thank the platform for the delay that you're going to be experiencing today because I spent time configuring the stream to make sure that I had a short delay and then it started streaming to a new stream. So all the configuration that I did was just gone. Amazing platform. Truly. Fucking love it. As always, every single piece every single chain or element along the way that is required to stream is just held together by duct tape. Streaming software infrastructure is some of the worst that I have ever seen. It's truly beautifully broken in such an incredible way, all of it, from OBS to YouTube to Twitch. Everything about it is just broken. And yeah, you gotta love it. You gotta love that shit. All right. OBS isn't that bad, true, but it is glitchy. It is quite glitchy, to be honest. And it's the best one by far. OBS is the most stable link on this chain. That's what I said that's what I meant when I talked about chain, by the way. Peg. Not sure you can stream from that. Doesn't it just convert formats and recognize them and shit? I don't think it can be helpful here. And OBS is probably using it behind the scenes a whole bunch. Streamlabs? I've heard about it, but I think it's like Windows and Mac only. When I was streaming on Mac, I could have tried it, but yeah. Couldn't be bothered. Also, absolutely incredible that, again, Twitch is telling me my bitrate is too high, and YouTube is telling me that my bitrate is too low. How? How is that a thing? Are you serious? Input parameters, v codec, ma codec, RTMP URL. Seriously? It would be that simple? Damn. I'm gonna copy that real quick. Maybe I'll try it. It would be really to be fair, I do have like all these elements on my stream, but it would be really funny to stream directly from this library. Oh my god, I cannot copy a fucking comment. Nope, didn't copy the comment. Didn't copy the comment. Okay, apparently this is a monumental task. There we go. Alright. It would be funny to do it for shits and giggles, but I don't think it would be super practical. You know what would be really funny? To build my own streaming software at this point, because like... Again, OBS is the best one out there. The problem isn't even OBS, it's the platforms. Need an RTMP ingest, which you can take from here. What is that? Scenes and ad breaks. Yeah, I wouldn't have that, so it wouldn't be practical. It would just be really funny for shits and giggles, like I said. Oh, I see. Ingest doesn't. Cool. Nice. Well, again, OBS is pretty cool. Again, it is by far the best. And the problem comes at a point where I can't really replace it, which is the platform level. OBS does glitch sometimes and think that, oh my god, this hair. Fuck's sake. It thinks that apparently I need to like update my drivers because I cannot go live. Like I will press the button and it'll be like, oh, your drivers, you need to update them. Then I just restart my computer and it works fine. So like, what happened there? Yeah, overall, it has a few glitches like those, but it works pretty well. Oh, and it switched my resolution to 4K. Not entirely sure how that happened. Um, and it happened right after I used it to record a voiceover. So I must have messed with the settings somehow, but like, how did I reset my stream to 4K? I have no idea. Also, what I recorded was audio only. So how did this happen? Well, no, it wasn't audio only. Just for the sake of simplicity, I actually just screen recorded my empty screen. But I really only used the audio. Okay. Well, we're doing some compiler design today. Well, we're doing a compiler today. So someone made a pull request with this stuff in my main library, a tokenizer, scanner, and a token stream, which makes it really easy to handle the whole tokenization of my input for my programming language. And I haven't touched it since, but I did make one change to my operating system. And my merge conflicts. How the fuck can you have a merge conflict when you have no changes? How the fuck did this happen? How is this a merge conflict? What? How on earth is this a merge conflict? I don't get it. And the other one in syscalls.h or .c? .c. This one is also not a merge conflict. This is a fix. How did this happen? These are not merge conflicts. These are just a normal merge. The baffling world of software. Anyway, yeah, so I rewrote my TOML parser to use this tokenizer and stuff, which I thought was gonna make it more reliable and less code, but actually it's 30 more lines of code, more complexity because it's now using a whole tokenizer instead of straight up processing the string, and less flexibility because before I could afford to just like do stuff like this, for example, which is not valid syntax, but it used to parse that. Now it doesn't anymore. So yeah, it's overall a net positive. It's what you might call a net positive. It used to be 60 lines of code, this entire file. Now it's 90. And yeah, it's less flexible, but the code is cleaner. It's a lot easier to understand what's happening. This print shouldn't even be here, but whatever the fuck. And yeah. Whatever the hell that merge conflict was should be solved now. Fuck's sake. Okay, so this is glitchy as hell, but it works. And yeah, this Windows glitchy as hell. We need to work on it. But when did I say either tomorrow or Monday I'm gonna work on the Windows system. Today is compiler time. All right. So that's our merge. Not entirely sure what happened there with the merge, but hey, whatever. It's merged. It's merged. Okay. So, my compiler right now is literally just this. It doesn't even return. Which is, again, somehow not a fucking error in C. This is totally fine. It's led to so many bugs for me. Is my camera lagging a little bit? I feel like it was lagging before when I was doing this. No? No, it's not lagging. It just looked weird. I don't know. Global events? What do you mean? God's greatest program? Yo, Zilzin is still alive. Like that's my mentor. That's my older brother right there. Oh, my home may be free again. One can only hope. But I have to say, it's looking a little bit grim. I mean, in about 2 hours, my country may be going to war, so. Couldn't get any worse. I wonder how many countries have said that before they were invaded by America. I really don't want to be pessimistic about this, but it's so difficult not to be pessimistic about it. I will say one thing. Maduro is the one person on Earth, the only person on Earth, that can make Donald Trump look smart by comparison. The one person on Earth capable of doing that. It is a monumental feat, and for that he deserves praise. He's dumb as rocks. My God. And yeah, I am half Venezuelan, half Italian, but I live in Spain, so it's a little bit of, you know. But yeah, you know, I have family in the capital, so not amazing. Lula also does that? Does he? I'm honestly not even that familiar with him, but genuinely this guy is dumb as shit. But hey, he's not a confirmed pedophile, so he's got that going for him. Trump can't really say the same thing, can he? Okay, I'm not sure if I can get rid of this. I'm gonna keep it there, who cares? Alright. I looked a little bit into compiler design because I had completely wiped everything from my mind. And when it comes to how to do a parser, I was talking about a state machine that was completely wrong yesterday, by the way. I still feel like my camera is lagging. It still feels like it's lagging. I was talking about a state machine, but that's not the right way to do it at all. I did a little bit of refresher. And there is an parser. Mostly drunk and corrupt. Oh, Lula? I guess I get it. No, Maduro has nothing on Trump, to be fair, so like... It's so weird that like the US can just go into our country and like yoink their president out of there. That is so fucking... What? Hey, MX. And Maduro was a lot of things. And we've been hearing the rumors about the drug stuff for decades at this point. Is it actually true? I mean, IDK. Just that you know, governments with big oil reserves tend to love exporting terrorism and drugs to the United States, apparently, which justifies an invasion a lot of times. So it's a little bit suspicious, you know? But it's something that we've been hearing about for decades, honestly. In Romania, we have influencers that get invited to North Korean embassy events. Nice. That's cute. Yeah, genuinely, the whole situation is like incredibly unsettling. Obviously, I'm glad that that guy is no longer in power. But like, what's gonna happen now is incredibly uncertain and scary as shit. Because, you know, I know people that still live in the country, including family and friends, and, you know, I want them to be okay. And they already have hurt civilians, because that's what happens when you bomb places. Just bombs are not really targeted, they're more of a, you know, to whom it may concern type of thing. So yeah, good good development. Honestly, genuinely surprising when I saw that. It's like I woke up and I was on Twitter for a bit, and I was like, I saw someone talk about like uh the US bombing Venezuela, and I was like, is this real? And then I looked into it a little bit more, and I saw no one talking about it. And then my dad texted me that like they fucking grabbed the guy and like took him to the US, and I was like, what? How is that real? And apparently it's real. I genuinely am still so confused as to how you can just do that. Yeah, Palantir is a whole other thing. Okay. um Instead of talking about politics that have literally left me speechless, let's talk about compiler design, because at the very least I kind of know what I'm talking about here. I still feel like my camera is lagging, so let me know if it still if it is for you, like if it looks good. I'm gonna check on my YouTube. Thinks I'm like an hour behind. It looks mostly fine to me. I don't think it's lagging. You have a veto in an international humanitarian organization. You can do anything. When you're in the US, you can do anything. Like, that's why it's like such a weird situation, because both of those men are so evil and shit and horrible people. And by the way, everything that Trump has done in the last year in the US, Venezuelans are very familiar with. Like secret police, arresting political dissidents, or, you know, preventing them from entering the country. All of that stuff is incredibly familiar to Venezuelans. So seeing the guy that's now doing the same thing in the US pretend to, you know, or be praised for saving Venezuelans is just fucking insane. Also, a literal pedophile. I feel like we're kind of forgetting the fact that Donald Trump is a literal pedophile. I feel like this should be slightly bigger news, personally. That's my personal opinion. The MacBook that stopped a shell fragment and still works. Did that happen? Stops artillery shell fragment for Ukrainian soldier with damaged display still partially functional? Jesus Christ. Just in case Twitch is banning the word. They might be. It would be reasonable to ban that word. Then again, the President of the United States doing it. And I'm not even going to talk about the Twitter thing that has been happening the past few days. If I do that, I'm genuinely never going to start working on this. All right. So, to actually go into the compiler thing. This is kind of how I defined this, this very simple sequence of C statements as a sequence of tokens, right? You start with an identifier, in this case int, or print. Then you have, I call this a left bracket. It's a left parentheses, but you know what I'm talking about. Left parentheses followed by arguments, followed by a comma, followed by more arguments until you reach the right parentheses, semicolon at the end. I didn't write all of that down. And an identifier followed by another identifier, which is a function declaration, followed by an operand, so the equal sign, followed by something else, which can be a constant value. Yeah, that's not quite right, is it? The way that I defined it here. Yeah, this is not correct, but anyway. Followed by a constant value or an operation of some sort, followed by the semicolon at the end. So the way that I define this is not quite right. Again, bit rusty on my compiler design, and yesterday I thought for sure we were gonna work on 3D rendering. I also didn't do any research on 3D rendering, I just want to make that clear. But I didn't do any research on compilers. The correct way of doing something like this, of defining this very simple grammar, and assuming that my programming language is literally just this, nothing else but this. There's also an int b equals something, but I got rid of it for simplicity. All right. The way that we could define this is by defining a statement. Which can have two different types of definition. An assignment or a function call. An assignment is going to be defined as an identifier, another identifier. By the way, there is a correct syntax for these kinds of languages. I'm probably not following it. So if you know it and think I'm making a mistake, probably. I just know that this is a thing, but I haven't bothered refreshing what the correct syntax for this stuff is. It's just for explaining stuff anyway. Anyway, an assignment is, well, actually not an assignment. It's a declaration. A declaration where you have an identifier followed by another identifier, so that is the type and then the variable name, followed by an operand, followed by a value. You can also do, for example, the assignment, which is the same thing except you do it on an existing variable. So you'd have one less identifier. For the function call, you would have an identifier, which is the name of the function, a left parenthesis, arguments, and a right parenthesis. Argument can be declared as like value, comma, value. Oh, actually, value, comma, argument, or just value. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but this is a very simple language, right? Where you have things like identifier and operand that are... Oh wait, I forgot one part of it, just so I can do the entire thing. A value, which I haven't declared, can be something like, I don't know, identifier, or maybe an identifier with an operand and another identifier, or a constant value. Actually, an operand with a value or a constant value. Okay. Probably is going to need a little bit of refinement, but this is a very hastily put together grammar that defines these types of operations. Why not just a C compiler? I mean, I am making a C compiler. But also I wanted to be able to compile my C style C++, because it's essentially just C wrapped in classes. So nothing particularly difficult there. All right. Like I said, things like identifier, operand, and const, or left parentheses, and the semicolons that I forgot to put at literally the end of every single one of these, are the tokenizers that we saw, well, the tokens that we saw yesterday. So they're these. You have identifier, you have number string or const. Like I said, my tokenizer skips these two and turns them into const, whereas other ones can just do this. Operator, left parenthesis, right parenthesis, and semicolon. Are lambdas on the roadmap? Eventually. So yeah, these identifier, operand, all of those things are tokens, whereas things like declaration, assignment, and function call are themselves these things here, whose name I forgot. Let me just real quick get the context-free language is the name of this thing, by the way. Right? Wikipedia can be so hard to read sometimes because they have to explain everything so precisely that you can struggle to understand it unless you understand every single concept that they're talking about. It's so easy to go down a rabbit hole to understand one thing after the other. But anyway, these things. Essentially, they can be elements within the language themselves. So, how do we parse? Who asked you, buddy? How do we parse this, for example? We start trying to parse it as a statement, which tells us that we can parse it as either a declaration, an assignment, or a function call. Right, so let's try to parse it as, well, as a declaration. So like when I find this declaration thing, I'm like, okay, is that part of the language or is that a token? It's part of the language. So I try to decipher this part. Okay, I find I'm supposed to find an identifier. So I'm gonna check if there's a token that is an identifier, and I find one, int. So I can fill that in as int. Right, so I found that. Next one, I'm supposed to find an another identifier, in which case I also find that. Find an A. I'm supposed to find an operand, and I find an equal sign. And I'm supposed to find a value, and I find... Okay, actually, about the value, that is itself part of the language, so I need to parse it as such. And okay, so I go through this, right? Do I find an identifier? Right now, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the 0. Do I find an identifier? No. So I didn't parse this value thing, but I have more options. So I can go to the next one. I go to the next one. Again, it tells me to find an identifier. I don't find it. I go to the next one. It tells me to find a constant value. I find a constant value. And so I properly parsed the entire statement. Cool. And if you look at the way that I structured it here, of course, you can tell that I created a tree-like structure, which I was showing yesterday. A tree-like structure, like this one. Obviously, it's easier to see here because it's a proper tree. Here, I just put them like offset like that. But yeah, I was able to build a tree based off of these very simple rules. And just like that, I was able to parse this. So if I try to parse this one instead, right, the printf, again, I have a starting point, which is the statement. So I think I'm going to parse from here. I'm going to try to parse it as a declaration. And again, I'm going to try the first option, which is the only option that I have. An identifier, yes, I found printf. Another identifier, no. So it's not a declaration. All right, we're going to try the next one, which is an assignment. And spoiler alert, it's not going to work. It's going to try identifier, operand. Parenthesis is not an operand, so it fails. So then it tries function call. It's an identifier, printf, with a left parenthesis, found that. And arguments, which you then have to parse. So if I do the same thing that I did here, an identifier, I can skip the parentheses, like they're not actually necessary to then compile the language. They're necessary for the syntax of it, just to, you know, separate the function call from the arguments. But they don't serve any practical purpose once you have detected that they're there and use them to determine that you're in a function call. So we don't even like store the token anywhere. We just go straight to parsing the arguments. So I do that, and it tells me that it can be something like a value, comma, and another argument, or just a value. And so I try again. First option, I find this. Cool. Well, I'm supposed to go here, check value. It's not an identifier. It's not an identifier operand value. It's a const. So I can just simplify it a little bit. Do that. Then after that, there's a comma. And after that, another argument. So after this, I'm supposed to find another argument. I do find a value, but I don't find the comma afterwards. So this rule is going to fail. I'm going to go to the next one where I just find the value. And indeed, it is going to find that. At which point, we're done parsing this argument. We're done parsing this argument. And we go back to this rule where we parse the right parentheses. Again, we don't do anything with it. And finally, we are done parsing the statement. So that is what I'm going to try to build today. Honestly, this is where C starts showing its limitations, I think. I was thinking about how to build it yesterday, but like on a very abstract concept, I didn't actually do anything. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to be trivial to do it. But I'm thinking not. I'm thinking it's not going to be super trivial to do it. But essentially, the concept of this part of the parsing is very simple. You start at a specific root, at a top level statement that you begin at, and It has multiple rules, which can be fucking jester. It has multiple rules, which can be different options. If this one fails, you try this one. If this one fails, you try this one. If this one fails, this whole rule fails. And since it's the top rule, then that is going to be a syntax error. Right? If all your rules fail, that is a syntax error. But yeah, you start at the root one, and then recursively try left to right and top down to parse your entire program. And in so doing, you will be building a tree like I did here and like I did here. We're not going to bother with actually storing the tree or anything like that. We're just going to parse for now. First thing we have to do is we have to figure out a way to put this into actual code. Like I said, declaration is a rule. Assignment is a rule. Function call is a rule. Value is a rule, but identifier, and operand are tokens. So I need to have some way of declaring this language within code. And the way that I'm thinking right now may not be the cleanest. And I can tell you, once the compiler is able to compile itself, and it I can expand it a little bit. I'm probably going to clean this part up, but right now I have to do it in a very naive, kind of ugly way. But again, the language that we're parsing, we're not parsing C just yet. We're just going to be parsing individual statements. So it's going to be particularly easy. Eventually, we're going to have to parse functions as well and stuff like that. Even C++ classes. So we'll get there. You also need to reduce statements to a statement block, for example. Yeah, statement blocks, we're not doing that right now. To build the parser itself, we're going to build it off of this very simple grammar. Once we have it built, we're going to build it off a more complex grammar until eventually we are able to compile the program itself. C itself is like an incredibly vast language that I'm frankly, not interested in fully parsing. I'm only interested in parsing the program itself and eventually the operating system. So it's just going to be whatever subset of C features I'm using. Okay. We'll see later if I find a better way to do this. Right now, even in vanilla C. Like I said, there's going to be a better way to do this eventually once the compiler is able to compile itself and I can modify the language to not just be vanilla C. But for now, this is what I have. We got only a global scope, probably some other issues. Yeah, but don't worry about scope, don't worry about anything like that right now. Worry just about the parser. Obviously, this grammar wouldn't even be able to compile this very simple program, let's face it. Right now, the compiler is incredibly simple. It wouldn't be able to parse any of this right now, but that's okay. You need to build a parser, you need to build the actual parsing infrastructure first. And I think it's going to be a lot easier if I do it off of a very simple language, which is this one, actually. For that matter, even then there should be kind of a block because this is one statement. But yeah, we'll get to that. Got flashbacks from Soding's B-sequel. I think I watched that, but I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. Okay. So a grammar rule, that is, we're defining this, right? It can have multiple options. This is where C really fails because dynamic arrays. Well, they don't need to be dynamic. The language It can be hard-coded. It's just not easy. But how do we do this? How do we do this? This structure is a dictionary of arrays, in a way, right? Because we have to use the worst possible thing ever created, JSON, because it's incredibly easy to read. It looks like this: declaration, assignment, function call. And then just to do one of the yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Assignment is identifier operand value. Okay, so writing it in JSON just so it's clear what is happening here, this is how you can structure it. The dictionary that defines your grammar, then the top level, so to speak, of the language, not of the language, of the rule, is different options. So a statement is either a declaration, an assignment, or a function call. So there's an implicit or between these three. Whereas assignment has an array of 3 different values, meaning it's an identifier followed by an operand followed by a value. There's another way that you can do an assignment, which is, for example, like an identifier followed by an operand followed by an operand followed by a value, which can be something like that. Again, I'm skipping semicolons in my declarations here, but I'll have to include them. Handwriting code, always. Although I have to say, actually, it's very common for compilers to just do this part with a generator. Not with AI, but with a generator. At least when I was doing a compiler, I heard about that, but I wasn't allowed to use one. And honestly, it's not that difficult to do this part. The biggest issue with it is that we're using C, where we don't really have access to these kinds of nice little functions. But essentially, this is what we're building. A dictionary of values where we then have a well, not of values, of rules. A dictionary of rules where rules can have multiple ways in which they can be parsed. And then within those ways, there's a sequence of events that need to happen in order to parse. So, how do we structure this in C? Yes, it's the grammar. I'm just talking about the actual definition of it. Like defining it in code. How do we structure this in C? Right, that's the plan. All right. EBNF and then just implement the rules like with the cursor. What is EBNF? EBNF. I've heard of that before. Bacchus-Naur form. Okay, that's what I was looking for before, actually. Here somewhere I was looking for that. That is the... Yep. Okay, so my syntax was actually correct in using this as a separator. Wouldn't you need a parser for that then? Like, I assume? Termination, alternation, repetition. I do like that it has repetition and optional stuff, because I do need that. But, I mean, that is how I defined it here, actually. That is how I define my grammar here. It's just a matter of how to actually put this in code, you know, in something that my program can understand and not just me understanding. Oh, generating my parser. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's incredibly common to do, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's the main reason. That's just for fun. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, when I did build a compiler, this part, I actually built a parser for the grammar itself using that notation. Bacchus-Naur form. Why did that make me think of that Monty Python joke? The one with the Romans. Probably insulting someone's last name there, but whatever. Sorry about that, Mr. Bacchus. Yeah, I implemented a parser for the grammar and then used that to parse the program. Obviously, I don't want to do that. That's why I'm trying to hard code it. Right out of grammar, let's see. You have 3 rules. No, I understand. I just don't want to use a generator. That's the thing. I don't want to skip any step of the process. Eventually, I can make my own generator. This part it's not difficult. You just have to do it. But yeah, most of the times I don't want to use any existing libraries. I don't want to use any like shortcuts, so to speak, even though this is a useful one. Maybe one day I will create a generator for it, but either way, I need my program to understand the syntax of what it's writing. So I need to have some way of defining it in code. Syntax right now, it's just this. It's just this very simple C statements. It's Z. All right, I didn't bring my water with me and there's an ad coming up. So before I start this, I'm gonna run the ad. I'll be back in 3 minutes. And we're gonna build the actual parser. All right, I got back to my desk right as the ad was ending. And the ad is on Twitch. YouTube has ads too now. But I don't even know how they work, to be completely honest. YouTube doesn't even tell me that it's running ads. And it doesn't run ads at the same time for everybody. So almost as if it was done explicitly to prevent you from taking breaks during ads. We love it when billion-dollar corporations secure their bag. All right. Can I just keep that here just to make it clear what I'm trying to do? Okay. So, also ads on Twitch are not for everybody. I don't know how they work either, to be honest, but at least it tells me there's an ad starting and I can run it manually and it tells me how long it lasts. So I tend to take breaks during the ads. Okay. Again, trying to structure my grammar as just this. So to build something like this, probably the easiest thing that I want to do is build these blocks first. I've actually think the easiest thing for me to do, is to start from the bottom down by defining a grammar element, right? Which is I'm gonna make it a little bit hard-coded right now, defining whether or not it is a rule. And that. What did I call all my rules? Statement, declaration, assignment, value, function call, and argument. Compiler, yeah. Statement, declaration, assignment, value, function call, and argument. Yeah, so normally you would want this to be done by a generator that can handle all this boilerplate itself. But like I said, first off, I don't want to learn how to use a generator to do this properly. Second, I don't want to define my entire grammar all at the same time. And third, I want to do the entire process myself. If I do use a generator, I'm probably going to build one. But yeah, this. This enum defines grammar rules, and an enum goes into an integer, so that's why I'm using an integer here. And then a boolean that defines whether or not this is a rule, because identifier is not a rule, it's a token, whereas value is a rule. And then, of course, I have tokens have their own enum. Now I know I have to do an AST as well. Like, you gotta parse in order to do that. And for that matter, the parsing process itself implicitly creates a tree. Then you have to traverse it and create a proper tree and whatnot. But okay. So what do we have right now? We have one of these, essentially, which I can define as a grammar element. And looks like should probably put or rule more than gram. Sorry, grandma. Okay. Been coding since 2013. Oh, my Git account. Yeah, it's about right actually. How old was I back then? About 5. No, not really. I can't do math. I'm sorry. Um, 16. I genuinely am blanking on the math, by the way. So, approximately. 15 or so. No, 2013? No, that's not right. I was 16. I've been coding for longer. Probably I just didn't have the same GitHub account, or I didn't have GitHub at all. An element has an additional value if it's a token that is an identifier. Or a type, which can be some integer that enumerates implemented types. What? Hold on, let me read that again. An element has an additional value if it is a token that is an identifier, or a type can be some integer that enumerates implemented types. All right. Like I said, we're doing a very basic implementation of it, and then as we need more stuff, we're going to build it. But you got to start from the beginning. You cannot get ahead of yourself with these types of things. All right. So here I can define that, my grammar takes... Hi, Adrian. A value, or I can define that it uses a colon, in which case it is not a rule. Variable A is the identifier of the variable, so you gotta store it. Yeah, I know, but we're not doing AST right now, so we're not bothering with that stuff. That's why I'm saying we're getting ahead of ourselves here. First, you gotta declare the actual grammar, then you gotta actually do something with it. All right, so we have this. The next step is to build this, which is just an array of grammar elements. Which, not particularly difficult to do. You can just do that. If I'm not mistaken, I might even be able to skip this part. Yep. Right, and this array of grammar elements makes up this, which itself goes into an array, which then makes up the rule. What I'm not sure if I can just do that. This type of stuff is not really something you can do. How is it an incomplete type? It's right here. Oh, wait. That's what it meant. First implementing the grammar, yeah. Can I do this? No, that I cannot do. But if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to just hack it together very quickly if I just do a something like this. Right? All right. I'm getting a little lost. on whether you understand what I'm doing or not. So let me just do it and then... All right. So we define a simple grammar rule. What does my grammar rule look like? First off, it needs to define a name for itself, and that is statement. Then it needs to define an array of options, which could be empty, for example, and that is a valid rule. It just doesn't have any options to parse it. Okay, so we have this. Now we want declaration, assignment, and function call. So this is the options. Inside of it should be the rules, which look like this. True, rule assignment. Yeah, something's wrong here. Nope. I'm just not sure if this is not valid anymore or 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that. I'm not sure if I've just reached the limits of what I can do with C, or if I have messed something up. Okay, so first you declare its name. Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna stop responding to questions about what I'm doing, because it's just gonna make it more confusing. All right, first I'm declaring the name here, and then I'm declaring the options here. The options are made up of rules, so they have just an array of grammar elements. This is the first. That is valid. That is valid. Again, we have a grammar rule called statement, which has no way of parsing it. Okay. Because it has options, but they're empty. So, is that now valid or not? Or okay, I can label these things. That's gonna make it a little bit easier. Grammar rule OPT, right? Made up of grammar element. No, this is not a grammar element. This is a grammar element. This is an array of grammar elements. Whereas this is the rules. Ah, I hate you. C syntax. You can be so difficult to understand sometimes. Let me just real quick. I never remember if this is supposed to be an equal sign or a semicolon. No, a colon. So I remember I'm using it here. Or not, apparently. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Never mind. Initialization of flexible array member is not allowed. Okay, so you don't like that I'm doing that, is what you're saying. Okay, so let me do it step by step instead. I'm gonna just make an element, right? This element is then it's then an option for how to parse a grammar. So I can do grammar rule option 1, And that is built as just that. So the problem is that I'm initializing this with a value. Is that not valid? It might not be, honestly. I can initialize it like that. And then I should be able to initialize this thing as empty, for example. And then can I do... No. So it's not assignable and it's not initializable. What the how am I supposed to do this? How do I declare this? I hate C syntax sometimes. It can be so complex. We're close to cracking it. I know that. But we're not there yet. How's that? Declared with empty rules. That works. I don't like C++. I have used Sig a little bit. I want to check out Odin at some point. But mostly I just want to build one. Just for fun. Initialization of flexible array member is not allowed. Why is that not allowed? Hasn't that been allowed at some point or another? That should be a thing, right? Do I... How do I assign this value, is the question. Have I done this elsewhere in the code that I can take a look at? Take your time. Oh, it's already loaded. Okay. None of these are really helpful. What if I give it a number? Do you like it then? What? Incompatible pointer to integer conversion initializing bool with an expression of type grammar element 128. Oh wait. No, you're still saying nothing. You're still just yapping. I don't know what this means. Because I'm defining a maximum number of rules, which, by the way, it's gigantic. It doesn't need to be that big. Right, because I can just do opt1 rules 0 equal element. That I can do. But then shouldn't I be able to also... I swear, I'm spending more time like fighting C syntax that I am actually building a compiler here. Because if I limit it to a certain maximum size, then in terms of allocation, I'm actually allocating a certain amount of memory for this, which is 5 bytes times 32. Except this is probably not packed, so a little bit more than that. But yeah. And then it makes sense that it's not assignable. But can't I just do this then? Expected expression. What expression did you expect? No, I don't think you're supposed to use that. Keep in mind, all of this comes from me just trying to make C do things that it was not built to do. It's not assignable. You're not assignable. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if this is assignable, why is this not assignable when it's literally the same thing? Rules LM should work, no? I think it should. This feels like it should, because again, this thing and this thing are literally the same thing. So if this one is assignable, why is this one not assignable? Expected expression. What expression did you expect? Hold on, this is Clang. Does GCC has maybe a better message to tell me? Expected expression before token. Opt1 rules. I don't think that'll work, but no. Because opt1 should be the pointer if that should work. This is what we're trying to do, right? Okay, here it works. Okay, what if instead of making it a grammar rules like this, I just make it an integer? Right? That's what it takes. How is this? Did you not realize that I changed it? Doesn't seem like you did. Okay. It can be an assignment, it can be a declaration, or it can be a function call. Okay, that works. But This obviously doesn't work because int and grammar elem are not comparable. All right, but this works. So if I bring this in, somehow still works. Am I going crazy or did I change nothing and it worked? I mean, I changed a lot of things, but like I feel like I went full circle and went back to a method that I tried before and it didn't work and now it does. Am I going crazy? Or is the compiler? Yeah, because that actually worked. It didn't fully work. Now has a fixed size. Oh, because when I tried it the first time, it didn't have a fixed size. You're right. Okay, well, works well enough for me right now. Hell, 32 might be too much. We'll do 8. Right now, there's no need for much more than that. No, so I can just do this, this, and this. And this. Which creates a grammar rule option, which can then be put inside a grammar rule. A grammar rule that has a name and this whole thing inside of it. And it's broken. Again, because this is not static. All right. Kind of, but we're not there yet. All right, so this right here is my grammar rule. It has a name and it has options. Option number 1 is this whole thing right here, which has grammar rules, so it needs another one of these. All right, that's correct. Okay. Surprisingly, I managed to pull this off. So now you have a statement which is made up of an assignment, a declaration, and a function call. All right. But for the time being, we're just gonna make it up of a declaration. I need to define a grammar as easily and simply as possible, so I can move on to actually building the parser and then do this properly. All right. By the way, or num rules, right, something like that. So I can do grammar rule language rules with a maximum number of non-grammar rules. Is now made up of this thing. And of course, you don't like that. Did that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 actually is the number. No, that's not it. That's not a problem. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And we're kind of back where it started, actually. It's finally enough. No, the syntax for this is not correct. But I do know where to look to find the correct syntax. So I did something similar in kernel process syscall. Ah, you build it like this, okay. Such a weird syntax. Okay. There it is. Surprisingly, I was able to pull this off. Don't ever underestimate me in C, by the way. Just FYI. Oh, C is a limited old language. It doesn't support that. Yeah, watch me. Anyway. That's the plan. That's the plan. All right. Do we even need the name of the grammar itself? I think we don't. So we have it here. And we have it indexable, which is a useful thing to have. Okay, do I need a comma here? I think I do. What's the one that I did? A declaration. What does a declaration look like? Well, a declaration is made up of one possible way that you can do it. That is an identifier followed by another identifier. Right, an identifier followed by another identifier followed by an operand followed by a constant. Operator, I feel like I should distinguish between an operator and an equal sign. That shouldn't be semantic. Because this is not syntactically valid, semantically or syntactically valid, I feel like. So I shouldn't be using operator here. I should probably separate an equal sign from an operator. But we'll do that later. Another semicolon here. Right. I mean, another bracket here. All right. There we have it. So, our main language is made up of a statement, which is made up of a declaration. That is a rule, so we're going to check here. We're going to go into our main rule. Yeah, identifier as well probably should do the same thing. Let's build the parser first and then bother with that. A declaration, which is going to be made up of the following sequence. All of them have to be found. An identifier, an operator, a constant, and a semicolon. No other options for it. It's a type. Yeah. That's the thing. I don't want to bother too much with defining the syntax right now because of questions like this. Is it a type? Is it a keyword? Is it this? Is it that? One by one. Also, the tokenizer was built for JSON, and it needs to be expanded to work with things like these. Okay. So we have our grammar defined. Jason's got nothing on me. I have Freddy over here. For that matter, I just feel like playing around a little bit. No, like that. Nope. Like that. But without the parentheses. Yep. There. Just to make this a little bit better, and then like I said, don't underestimate me when I'm writing C. There you have it. A note PyCon. All right. I'm reading the contents of a file as the function, but of course, I've very quickly thrown together a very simple grammar made up of 2 rules, whereas this one has multiple ones, including, multiple statements together, which we don't support yet. So instead, we're just going to create a very basic hard-coded implementation of a statement that will be detected by this. An identifier followed by an identifier, followed by an operator, followed by a constant value, followed by a semicolon. All right. So how do we parse that? We begin with an initial rule, which is a rule statement. Two repeating identifiers, because the tokenizer doesn't separate between the type and the name. So, same way that I have an operator, which means that technically this is also syntactically valid, and so is this, even though they don't make any sense. So, again, I'll have to make the tokenizer a little bit smarter. But to test the parser, we're going to start with this. All right, so you start with a statement, right? And then here's where I'm going to build some sort of state machine. I don't know. Let me not give it a name, yeah? Option 0 and sequence 0, right? Okay. int or char are their own token if your Lexer is C99 spec compliant. Yeah, I figured as much. I'm not gonna make it necessarily spec compliant because again, C is just an intermediate step for me. So I'm not even trying to parse C according to a spec. I'm trying to parse C according to the code that I've written. I want it to parse itself, and I want it to parse the operating system code, and any other C code that I've written. That is all pretty much the same structure and whatnot. But yeah, I'm not gonna make it spec compliant by any means. I'm just gonna make it specific for myself and what I'm trying to do. Okay. Why did I choose Ubuntu? Because it's simple to use. And Zed, I don't love it to be honest. I might replace it. Zed is after I tried out a bunch of editors and I ended up liking it a lot. So that's why I chose Zed. All right. The logic here is that for each of the tokens, we want to check if the token matches the token that we're supposed to check against. We're currently on option 0, so that is to we're in this rule right now, current rule, let's call it. We're currently checking this rule, option 0, which is this one, the only one that there is, sequence 0, which is this one, the only one that there is. Yeah, actually, this was wrong, by the way. That is the correct way of doing it, okay. But it's not a declaration, it is a assignment. Or a function call. Right? So these are options. And right now we're checking option 0, except we're not implementing these two yet, so we're just going to skip them. This is option 0. We're checking this one right now. And this is the initial value of that. So sequence 0. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I want to move away from Ubuntu. No, I don't care too much. It broke on me once. That's kind of shit. But yeah, I've heard that the Debian is really stable, so there's that. Okay, so the current grammar rule is an element, right? Which I can get by doing the language rules, current rule, options, option, rules, sequence. That is the current rule that I'm evaluating. Okay. So right now I'm writing everything very static, kind of, and I'm going to make it more dynamic later on. Just to figure out the logic first and then make it actually work. All right, so I'm currently evaluating a language rule for the current rule, current option, current sequence, which will bring me to this thing right here, this rule right here. If the current rule is a what is the name of it? Rule. no, current element is a rule. Now I'm just going to very quickly print something just to keep track of what I'm doing. Yeah, no, it's like this, actually. Easier. Current rule has subrule that. And I'm switching my current rule to the one that the statement has told me. And I'm switching the current element to that one. Also switching the sequence to 0 and the option to 0, but that's kind of irrelevant right now. When did the chat turn into Rust versus C? What is happening? Damn, I look away for a minute. You people cannot behave. Okay. And I know this is gonna trigger because I'm kind of doing things very manually right now. I know that the current rule is this one, and I know that this is a subrule, so I'm directly going here. And then I want to match if the token matches the kind of value that I want. So check the token kind against the current element's value. And if they're the same, then we found the correct token. In which case we advance the sequence. Otherwise we advance the option, printing that. Is Vim overhyped? Them, you people are really trying to start a sarcasm, a debate. But yes, it is. What can I say? Okay. So I think this will work until there are elements in the sequence to go through. And until there are options to go through. But we're actually going to run out of tokens at the same time that we run out of sequences. So we should be... It should work. It should work. Nope. It does not. Alright. It's Rage Bait Saturday. Also, I can run it from here. Cross... no. Red build cross. And then red.elf. Elf. Okay, there it is. So, what is going on? Rule 0, which is the one that we start with, the statement, has subrule 1, so it goes to this one, correct. And it should try to parse, but it says that it fails to match token 2, found 6 instead. 2 is an identifier. Why do you fail? No, okay. First, it tries to match an integer to a token of type 2, which is an identifier. That is correct. It finds it. And so it moves on to the next element in the sequence, which is also an identifier. And so it finds it. But then it says it failed to match token. Oh, but I'm not advancing the Such are the problems of writing code like this. All right, there it is. It matches the entire string, yeah. So it was able to properly parse it. Essentially, it tries to parse a statement. The statement, in order to parse it, you first need to parse a subrule, which is subrule 1. That is a declaration. In order to parse a declaration, you need to try the first sequence of events, which is an identifier followed by an identifier followed by an operator, a constant, a semicolon, in which int matches the identifier, a matches the identifier, 6 matches the operator, 0 matches the constant value, and semicolon matches the semicolon. So it properly, correctly finds the entire string scanned, bada bing, bada boom, it worked. Whereas if instead you do something else, it says string scanned because there is no checking for correct rules or anything like that, correctness in this print. But it didn't actually work. It tells us here that it failed. It managed to check the int, the a, and then it failed besides that. Cool. So it works. Now, it works because I very much hard-coded the logic of the sequence of events that's going to happen here. I need to generalize this entire thing. And one thing that is particularly complicated about it is the fact that this is recursive. What I'm doing is I'm starting at statement. Statement tells me that I need to find a declaration. So I move over to declaration and I lose track of all of this. I no longer know what I was parsing before. And you need that. Like I said, the point of all of this is to build an abstract syntax tree, which is a tree structure, hierarchical by definition. And so it will need to keep track of that stuff. That is problem number 1. Problem number 2, we are blindly advancing to the next step in the sequence or the next option without checking if there are any more options or steps in the sequence. So we will need to do that. But again, I'm going to run another ad real quick and do that part when I'm back. So I will be back in 3 minutes. right? All right. Um, I'm back. And okay, we have the first step of the compiler's parser. It is capable of parsing this very simple, well, no, this very simple sequence of things, but it is incredibly limited, so it needs to be made better. But the logic is there. Yeah, kind of. All right. One big issue, giant issue that it has, to be completely honest, is the fact that it doesn't know how many rules, how many options, and how many sequences of tokens or rules there are in order to parse something. That is to say, in order to parse this, you need to parse an identifier, operator, const, and semicolon. But it doesn't know how many of these there are, so it is incapable of knowing when to stop. And likewise, right now there's only one option for how to parse a declaration, but there are 3 options for how to parse a statement, and it doesn't know how many there are. Now, there is a maximum number, which, by the way, I only need to be expanded a little bit more than this. There is always the possibility of just adding a number to them. The problem is that it's hard-coded. Let me see real quick that I did this right. I feel like there's something weird with this syntax. Also, 90% of building this was just fighting against the syntax. Which internally looks like this, by the way. 0, 2, 0, 2, 0, 6, 0, 5, 0, 15, 0. Oh. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, there it is. And then yeah, I feel like this one is missing. Yeah. Okay. So we have 3 options, each of which has 1 rule. Or we have 1 option which has 5 rules. Okay, I think that is correct. Although I hate that I have to hard code this part, and this is where having a parser to do this is Did I crack 12,000? No, yeah. It literally just happened. I didn't notice. Um, Jesus Christ, I'm still so pissed off at YouTube, bro. Because, like, this is what my analytics look like on YouTube. And this is when I turned on monetization, but I didn't turn on ads. And this is where I turned on ads yesterday. That's literally what my analytics look like, by the way. I'm not saying there's some grand... Genuinely, when I started thinking about this, like, is YouTube really just fucking me over because I haven't properly turned on monetization? Nah, that feels wrong. That cannot possibly be right. That would be so stupid. That would be so vile of there. And then you look at my analytics, they literally look like this, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, I don't want to put on the tinfoil hat, but yeah. Kind of have to. Either that or at the time that I turned on monetization without turning on ads, and until yesterday, I was making absolutely fucking shit content that nobody liked, and nobody even left a hate comment or even like valid criticism, just like straight up just stopped watching. And yesterday, you were all like, hey, you know what? He's back to making good content. One of those two things happened, and I've completely lost what I was working on. Where is it? Here. Yeah, my organization system is very fragile. Also, if Trump declares war on my country in 2 minutes, please let me know in the chat. Thank you very much. All right. Not a joke, by the way. You stop popping up on my recommended page. Yeah, exactly. Literally, look at my analytics. They look like what I drew there. They look like this. And it's so funny that between the day that I posted my last video, which I think was like the 26th. Yeah, it was the day after Christmas. 26th of December, yeah. Between that day and yesterday, until I streamed for the first time with monetization turned on, I gained about 10 followers. The country I'm talking about is Venezuela, but I live in Spain. But yeah, I'm talking about Venezuela. Yeah, so I gained like 10 followers in the span of that week. And I was at like... I barely just cracked 11,900. And now within like a day, I got 100 more. And again, the only thing that changed is monetization. So that is pretty wonderful of YouTube to do that. I knew it. Trump is busy. Nice misspelling of busy there. That's not amazing. Dealing with the Epstein files. Oh no, he's just ignoring that. Again, Trump has been suspected to be a pedophile for decades and known to be one for months, and absolutely nothing has come of it. Trust me, Trump doesn't give a shit. He also just straight up redacted any important information off of them. Like, the way that they handle that is so blatantly horrible. But like, we've investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. What? But no, he had no problem bombing the Capitol yesterday, so. And no, I think he's doing like a press conference where he's probably just gonna gloat, but I'm hoping he doesn't declare war. Trump's name that was publicly in some leaked files was redacted on the files. I am Venezuelan, yeah. FIFA Peace Award well earned. Yeah, no, actually, I remember seeing that. It also happened on, not on stream, but it happened like during an ad break. I just opened Instagram and they were like, Trump was awarded the Peace Award by FIFA. And I was like, I wake up every morning, like, half expecting him to bomb my country, and you're telling me that he's being given a Peace Award? And I woke up this morning and he actually bombed my country. So, like, what the fuck? Also, FIFA is giving peace awards. Fucking clowns. Yeah, you're from Spain? Nice. I mean, I live here. Trump is justified in bombing Venezuela? That's the thing. I was saying that before. We've been hearing rumors about Maduro being a leader of a cartel for decades at this point. Are they actually true? IDK. But it's very obvious that it seems like countries that have big oil reserves that the United States is interested in tend to all of a sudden decide to become drug dealers or terrorists or something that justifies some sort of intervention. And yeah, occupation, maybe. Also, I'm seeing here that CIA sources inside Maduro's government aided US operation, which like fork found in spoon. No, what? Fork found in kitchen, not in spoon. Damn, fork is married to knife. What kind of accusations am I doing here? Well, like I said, Trump may be in the process of invading my country, so sorry for getting a little bit off the rails talking about that. It's a little bit, you know, in the back of my mind every once in a while. No, I'm not a Maduro fan at all. Like I said, they're both horrible men, but it's just like, um, yeah, I just don't know about the drug thing. It's a rumor that's been around for a long time, but I also know what the US is capable of when it comes to rumors and shit like that, so I don't know. So yeah, but no, he did fuck up the economy. He like I said, he is the only person on earth capable of making Trump look smart by comparison. And at the same time, a lot of the things that we're seeing out of America in the last year, Venezuelans are very used to seeing in their own country. Like secret police, illegal border searches, that kind of stuff. It's the reason why I haven't been back in the country in 10 years. Not that I'm like persecuted, I just don't want to risk it. But yeah, Trump has a little bit of an agenda. The US in general has a little bit of an agenda, which is why whenever you hear them talking about like, oh, you know, the president of the country with the biggest oil reserves is a drug dealer, it's like, I don't like the guy. I hate the guy. I'm glad he's gone. I still don't believe you though. I'm glad that he's gone, but I'm not glad that he was removed by the US government. That's another story. But honestly, if they just leave it at that, I'm good with that. Even though they're probably inventing new forms of torture to test on the guy as we speak, but that's his problem, not mine. Okay. Like I said, let me know if he actually invades the country, please. Back to the compiler. My Twitch. You can type exclamation point Twitch and you'll find it. I'll give you a link to it. Shit. All right. So, now that I have a number of elements in a sequence and a number of options in a rule, I can check if you reach the end of a sequence, then I can assume that you've successfully parsed a rule. Or not. Failed to match token 0 found 2. What did I do? I don't think that has to do with this, right? Yeah, I broke something. Would C ever work as an interpreted language? Yeah. That's just kind of what the backend is doing, whether it's just running it or compiling it. So I think yes. But I messed something up. This is a rule. No, wait. This is a rule. So our sequence of rules is established in here, inside of this, which means that, yeah, okay. Let me just put some prints because this is going to be too difficult to understand. Okay, current rule I has I elements, options. Current option I has I sequence elements. Okay, and that's going to tell me the current rule, the language rule current rules num elements, the current option, and the number of elements here. Current rule 0 has 3 options. Oh, wait, it fails because, yeah. Because of that, yeah, okay. Never mind, I didn't mess anything up, just the order of those things. All right. Cool. Now I can bring this back and... Okay, perfect. So with this thing here, I can tell that the current rule 1 has been parsed correctly. Rule 1? Yep, declaration. Rule 1, that's correct. And If instead you are unable to match a rule, then you should try the next option. But same thing as it happens here. Ran out of options to parse rule I. Failed. Which right now shouldn't trigger, but say that I make it so that there's a new type of assignment which takes in an operator. So it's like this. It shouldn't really fail. It should just move on to the next option. So that's kind of not good. Let me see. Rule 0 has subrule 1. Failed to match token 6. Which is an operator, right? Think it is anyway. Failed to match token 6, found a 2 instead, which is an identifier, so it's skipping. And then it says that it ran out of options to parse rule 1. That's not right. There's one option. Oh, wait. Yeah, because this number is hard-coded. And what I'm not doing is skipping the sequence, or like resetting the sequence at the beginning. But it still fails. No, wait. It still failed. Failed to match token 6, that makes sense. Found 2. There are 2 options, okay. Oh, but the current token being parsed has already been parsed. So it just moves to the next element and it's not able to parse it properly. So that means that I'll need to write this properly. So I need to build the actual proper parser. All right. Which means I need to build kind of a state machine to keep in mind which state I'm currently on. and I need to build pretty much this logic that I built here manually. I need to like generalize it a little bit. So the parser state machine, which keeps track of this stuff, the current rule being evaluated, the current option being evaluated, and the current sequence being evaluated. With initial rule being a statement and option 0 and sequence 0. Okay. I'm just going to make a parser token t. Why would I use Claude? I'm gonna use that in order to detect what this token should be. And I should also build an advanced state machine. Yeah, so actually this needs to take the parser. And so does this. Wait, one to advance and one to one to advance to the next option, one to advance to the next sequence. And all right, I'm not sure about the I guess the parser, the first thing to do in order to parse a token is you need to be somewhere in the tree, somewhere in this tree that actually has a token. So you're currently here, you need to move along these options and along the sequences until you find a token. Okay. So how do you do that? You do that with pretty much this, no? This. AI does take the fun away from coding. I genuinely don't understand why people even code. Like why people code on live with AI. What exactly are you doing? There is one person I'm thinking of when I say that, but I'm not gonna name any names. Okay. I'm not gonna name any names. You're welcome to speculate, but I am gonna be professional about this. The guy with 20 Cloud Code instances? Shit, I don't even know who that is, but yeah, him too. Damn, y'all are exposing several people here. Okay. If the current rule is a rule, makes no sense, but yeah. If the current element is a rule, then you advance it like I did here. You reset the sequence and the option back to the beginning, and you go down into the sub rule that you're supposed to parse. And you actually do this while which will eventually put you in a place where the first thing you're supposed to parse is a token. So what's that going to be like? Current rule I, option I, sequence I. Okay. So when you parse a token, the first thing you do is you want to advance your parser to somewhere where the token is actually well, the next element in a sequence to parse is a token. Then you check if, so this part of the code has already been written. Then you do this check. Okay. So, again, we move down the tree until we find a token in the sequence that we expect to read. And then we want to check that the grammar element that the token matches the one that we expect. If it matches the one that we expect, then we've parsed another element in the sequence, and then we check, are we done parsing this sequence? If so, we say that we've successfully parsed the sequence. If not, we move to the next element in the sequence. We no longer need to do this. And all right, that I guess makes sense. Hold on. I do have a gaming channel. Barely use it, but yeah. Then again, I've been on vacation, so I've barely even been streaming on here. Okay. If the parser sequence is the last one, then we've successfully parsed this rule with this option. Otherwise, we simply advance the sequence. And either way, we're going to return a true. I'm not sure about the return thing yet, but yeah. If instead we find a token that doesn't match the one that we expected, then we failed to match a token. We're skipping, and then we're printing the number of current options, but this logic, I'm moving over to this function. And I'm going to try again, making this function a little bit recursive. All right. So about this, all we do is we just advance based on this and make this also return, because here you return false, whereas here you return true. Because if you ran out of options to parse, then you've failed entirely. And if you failed advancing to the next step, there's no point in you trying to parse anything. You already failed parsing. Startups are preferring to hire vibe coders. Is anyone shocked by that? Okay. So that should actually fix the problem that I was having before, in which you try to parse an option, you fail, but you already consumed the token. Now you continue trying to consume the token until you find one that works. Successfully scanned. Let me see. Rule 0, which is the statement, has one subrule. Current rule 1. Option 0, sequence 0. Fail to match token 6, because I said it starts with an operator, just so it intentionally fails. So indeed, fails, goes to the next one. Current rule 1, option 1, sequence 0. It matches int to the identifier. So it moves on to the next step of the sequence. It matches a to the identifier. It matches equal to the equal sign. It matches 0 to the const, and semicolon to the semicolon, and it reached the end of the function and parsed the function correctly. There we have it. Okay. So, as far as I can tell, the parser is mostly there. The thing that I mentioned before is the fact that it is recursive, but it loses track of the previous element in the stack. So we need to have some kind of stack to keep track of the previous state of the parser before you went into a rule. Because as it is right now, it parsed rule 1, option 1. So it parsed this. But this is a subrule of this. So when it comes to actually constructing a tree that should look like this. Yeah, actually, this is the exact tree that we expect. We won't be able to because, first off, I've simplified this. It's just const. So right now we are only keeping track of this, whereas we should also keep track of this. Because we're losing this, then we don't have access to previous elements. Okay. So what we do here, most likely some sort of I was thinking some sort of stack, but not sure how well that works, to be honest. Schedule 1. I played Schedule 1 very briefly. Yeah, maybe I should do a gaming stream on Wednesday or something. Also, I had my heater off until recently, turned it on, and it's now finally starting to get warm in here, so I'm like defrosting. That's pretty nice. All right. The fact that this very clean grammar actually looks like this is baffling. But hey, such is the power of C. Also, Schedule 1 has had a few updates since I last played. I played with the Curtel update, but I haven't tested it all that well. I haven't played it all that much. And I think they also added shrooms. So maybe I need to go back to the game and see what's up. Okay, yeah, so it successfully parsed a rule, but it doesn't keep track of the previous one. So let's do that. Or maybe commit what I have. Yeah, that's a good idea. That may be a good idea. macOS 10 or Windows XP? macOS 10. Windows XP is the last nice Windows, but, you know, it's like the least smelly shit compared to like a cake. It's not the same thing. Yeah. All right. Boom. There you have it. With no generators, for that matter. Who needed a generator? We don't need a generator. Alright, and we don't need allocations either, by the way. Fuck those. Who needs those? We'll probably use allocations when it comes to trees. Stream lag is 10 minutes. You might want to refresh. All right. Again, everything I'm doing is just very naive. Is 16 enough for recursiveness? Coordinate or Z? I think 16 is going to be enough for recursiveness. If not, I don't care. No, wait, okay. First thing you do when you find a subrule is you save the current state of the parser. So parser stack Notepad, damn. Yeah, Notepad is nice, not gonna lie. Except they added Copilot to Notepad, so there's that. Microsoft cannot stop fucking losing, bro. Anyway, yeah, also this should return. It's like here we wanna return true, and here we wanna return false. AI Notepad, yeah. That doesn't show it though. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can turn off Copilot, but the fact that they keep trying to just shove it in there is so stupid. Okay, no arguments on this one. Okay. Otherwise, we are going to store on the stack the parser depth plus plus, the current state of the parser, the current state of the parser, onto the stack, increasing the depth of that stack, and when we fail parsing, or when we succeed, we return to the parent. So how do we do that? We take from the parser stack parser depth -1, and if parser depth equal to 0, then okay, there we have it. So if you fail to parse, you can pop the previous rule and actually advance the parser again after that. Yeah, because the current rule that you were parsing failed. So you go up and you move to the next option. So you pop and then you try again. If instead you succeeded, you also pop. And you advance. To the next element after that. Which is itself a recursive function. Oh, and in both cases, this one can fail. And if so, it returns true down there. Damn it. And false up here. Yeah, that's segmentation fault. All right. So, where did it segfault? Let me see. It, hold on. One thing I want to do is put some prints in here. Pop state. And where you push, which is here. Push state. Oh, and when you pop, you should also reduce the depth. Oh, there we go. That was actually what was failing before. All right. So let me see the entire process happening here. Rule 0 has subrule 1 declaration. So it pushes the state. This is saved so we can return back to it. We go to the next one. We're now checking the declaration. Current rule 1, option 0, sequence 0. Tries to match this. Fails. Tries the next option. This one. Matches, 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 matches. It managed to parse this entire thing, which means it managed to parse this entire thing, which means that it pops this one into this one. Pop state cannot pop root state, but that is okay. String scanned. Okay, pop state worked once, yeah. And then after that, it tried advancing to the next one, to the next element of the sequence. It's like, nope, you already reached the end, so we're good. Because I removed this print here, that was pretty helpful. Successfully parsed rule I with option I. Okay, yeah, there it is. Successfully parsed rule 1 with option 1 and successfully parsed rule 0 with option 0. Amazing. There you have it. We've successfully parsed. This incredibly simple statement. Isn't that amazing? Alright, what happens if I try to parse the whole thing? Where technically it is syntactically correct, but my grammar currently does not support, first off, a lot of the rules that I have in there, and second, multiple statements together. It's segfaults, which is expected. Okay. Well, no, segfault is not expected. I would rather it didn't crash, but like, it's expected that it doesn't work. Okay. So, once again, I think, yeah, this was not supposed to happen. Rule 2 was as sub rule 22,000. Failed to match token. What the fuck is happening here, bro? Option 35. Yeah, I feel like you've kind of lost it there a little bit. Some bounce checking that is not being bounce checked. So maybe I should take the time to like quickly find what caused that and fix it, even though I know technically this is not correct. It was never gonna parse successfully, but I didn't want it to crash either. I would love to know how you went to rule 2. Rule 2 is not implemented at all. Yeah, I could use GDB, but it's not really worth it right now. It's probably a very obvious thing. I just have to find it. For that matter, I can see here exactly what's failing. Clearly out of bounds. Ran out of options to parse rule 1. That makes sense because it tried the first one, it failed. It tried the second one, it failed. What I'm a little bit surprised by is that it's trying to do rule 2. Okay. Oh, it's just because it's trying these options, but obviously these options aren't actually implemented, so that's why it's failing. If I do it like this, yeah, it failed, but it doesn't crash anymore, because here I was using some rules that are not actually in the grammar. They don't exist. So that is why. All right. Like I said, it was going to be something very simple, very small. And yeah. I'm going to commit this, and then I'm going to run an ad, and I'm going to take another 3 minutes. And okay. So what's next for the parser is probably to actually be able to parse this thing right here. So we already saw that the tokenizer, the way that it's built, it automatically skips comments. So that's pretty nice. Also, yesterday when I was working on the TOML parser, I added the possibility of defining what characters are used for the comments. So like, if your language uses these, then you use those. But of course, I need to expand the grammar to support at least all of these types of declarations, which are, it's not super difficult. It's just that instead of const, we just have to introduce one more rule. That's pretty much it. And then a rule to parse multiple statements one after the other. Right? So that is going to be what I'm doing next. And then I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it. But of course, I need to expand the tokenizer to, first off, know the difference between an equal sign and an operator. And second, to know the difference between, an int and a var and an if and a variable name. Because int, var, if are keywords, whereas a, b, c, d are variable names. Printf is a function name, but again, still just what is the name of that? Just an identifier, actually. So printf is an identifier, a, b, c, d are identifiers, int are keywords, var is not valid in C, but it is a keyword as well. And just for the sake of it, since it's not going to be included, I'm going to comment it out. But yeah, it needs to know the difference between these keywords, and probably needs to know the difference between something like int and something like if, right? Because, for example, I can do a type def of parser sm, and then this here is a valid declaration. Obviously, it is a valid declaration, but because this is a type that I'm defining. Whereas something like this is not valid at all. Whereas instead something like this is syntactically valid because, yeah, that is a valid keyword, but it is not actually valid because it is not a valid type. But that is not determined by the syntax analyzer. It is determined by the semantic analyzer. And as I explained that, I wonder, do I need to make a separation between int and if? Not really. This is just an identifier followed by another identifier. What I do need to make a separation of is this, because technically, this is a valid declaration. This and this are syntactically the same, which doesn't make any sense. So the equal sign needs to be defined as a proper special operator, as an assignment operator, instead of just as an operator. That, or I need to define what its value is, but probably not that. We'll see. All right, I'll do those two things when I'm back from the break in 3 minutes. All right, I'm back, and pretty sure Venezuela is now under U.S. occupation. So, uh, that's wonderful. That is genuinely the least horrible outcome, actually. So, yay. Um, anyway, that image is a Securitron from Fallout. Apparently, they put computers in them, so it just has windows. Just to be clear. Fallout Securitrons run Windows. This is canon, as of the Fallout TV show season 2, by the way. What do you do when your country gets occupied by the United States? I would assume they would appoint the woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize to run the country. She's gonna be appointed by the man who won the FIFA. God damn. The FIFA Peace Prize recipient is going to probably give the presidency over to the... You're joking about that one, right? That is a joke. That is a joke. That one's a joke. I'm not. I'm assuming you're joking about that. You're not joking? That cannot be real. I'm terrified. It's not a peace prize. It's still pretty much every country gives out a prize now. Calling Israel a country is kind of an insult to countries, but that's pretty standard. It's not a peace prize. That was the part that was truly shocking to me. Them giving Trump an award is like, yeah. Again, fork found in kitchen. Kevin Spacey found in Tel Aviv. With the implications that that sentence has. I mean, most likely that woman is going to be made the president, and that's possibly the good outcome of this. She did praise Trump, shitty as that is to do. So, you know, as much as I hate the Venezuelan opposition's sympathy towards Trump, I hated the current government, so like I get it. All right. Oh, would you look at that? So Trump said that the US is ready to conduct a second, much larger attack if we need to do so, but then he's saying that they probably won't need to do so. But then he also said that US oil companies would go into Venezuela and spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. Boy, oh boy. What do you know? We are absolutely shocked by this news. I never could have seen this coming in a million years. This is why I'm so conflicted about this. The man that I've literally hated for decades is finally no longer in power, but the other man that I've hated for decades is now in power in a country that he's never even been to. And oil. fucking oil. Again, that's why I was saying the countries with the biggest oil reserves all of a sudden decide to turn terrorist or drug um, cartels or all that stuff. All of a sudden, you know. We're very, very shocked by this development. I'm wishing the US oil companies the best in pillaging my country. So anyway, if I wasn't going to the country when it wasn't under US occupation, I'm definitely not going there when it's under US occupation. I genuinely don't know what's better, what's worse. I have no fucking clue what to even think about any of this. It's like the best news I have heard in years with the worst news I have heard in years, all into one. It's the I have good news and bad news. But like, Jesus fucking Christ. Time to move to Iceland? I mean, I already live in Spain, but I still have family and friends that live in Venezuela, so like I'm not super happy about that. It's just an insane fucking story right there. Jesus. Anyone ever cares about Iceland? What is that? 0 billion barrels. Hey, that's the amount that I have in euros. 0 billion euros. Damn. God damn it. 0 billion barrels of oil. What does Iceland have anyway? Bjork? And, an app that helps you not fuck your cousin? What else besides that? Theme is synthwave, something like that. Synthwave 84. When I hear US war and Google the country's oil reserves, I see one of the biggest oil reserves in the world. The most dangerous seas? Nice. Alright. So, Bjork and no pirates. Shit, that sounds like a dream country to me. You know, at the same time about like the drug thing, um, Pablo Escobar went to like Congress in Colombia. So like, it's not even that outlandish. But it did come kind of out of nowhere. Like again, we've heard rumors, but have they ever been true? Yeah, that part of Pablo Escobar's lore is fucking insane. Like, to be fair, like cartels tend to have a lot of political influence, but like um you know, bribes and corruption, not just like, oh yeah, the leader is a congressman. Maduro's main anti-US solution was flooding the US with drugs from South America. Was it though? That's the thing, is like, I've been hearing that one for a while. Before Trump even knew where Venezuela was, because let's face it, he had no fucking clue where that was until like yesterday. He might not even know where it is still, for that matter, but like I doubt that he knew where it was until like 24 hours ago. Um, but it's a rumor that I've been hearing for a while, but I've never really seen anything that makes me think, okay, that feels kind of true. It feels more so like um just an excuse, because again, biggest oil reserves in the world. Countries that have a ton of oil. I mean, this happens to me on my work computer a lot. I've never seen it happen on here. This this list look kind of familiar to anyone? I don't know. Just these are friends of Trump, so obviously not them. Oh, skipped over that one actually earlier. Whoopsie. Oh, what do you know? Again, maybe, hey, you don't know. Maybe oil just like emits fumes that makes the president of the country become either a terrorist or a drug dealer, a drug kingpin, or the US first comes up with an excuse and then invades the country and then keeps the resources for themselves. Did it? Um, yeah, Canada, Greenland, Venezuela, Iraq, Iran, the Middle East in general. You start to see a pattern occasionally. Once you see what the US is doing for a few decades, you kind of start to see a pattern, and you're like, hey, you know what? Again, I'm glad the guy is gone because he was a genuinely horrible person in very much the exact same way that Trump is a horrible person, as a matter of fact. Uh, and with no pedophile allegations, for that matter. But the drug thing, I don't believe. Um, US gets American continent, Russia gets Europe, and China comes later and gets everyone. The worst part about it is that the last part is probably the best outcome for anyone involved. Um, or ideally, all three of those countries collapse in on themselves and leave the rest of us the fuck alone. And their own citizens alone, for the love of God. The whole thing about social credit though is such bullshit. Because like from what I hear, it's not real. But for example, the US has a very strict credit system that defines your entire life. So it's what you call propaganda. It's not really a meme. There's people who actually believe that. As long as you say it as a meme, yeah, I get it. It's funny. But there's people who actually believe that shit. And like, it's not real. Again, the US is closer to a credit system like that than China ever will be. China is a horrible government as well. But yeah, in terms of social credit, the US is closer to that than China ever will be. It's not real. Not in China. For that matter, the way that we act with social media is closer to a social credit type of thing than anything China might be doing. Like the way that we act with social media, with popularity on social media being an actual metric that matters in a lot of cases, is closer to a social credit system than anything anyone could make up about China. So today's stream is probably likely to get off the rails a little bit and get a little bit political, by the way, just as a warning to everybody, because, well, the US has just occupied my country, so very happy about that one. But for the past few months, I've been working on an operating system, and yesterday I started working on a compiler. We have a very basic implementation of a parser for the compiler, and I want to expand the language that it is able to parse from this very simple thing to this more complex language. And honestly, as far as countries to live in, Europe is pretty good. Not gonna lie, we have it really, really good here.
How is programming going, my comrade? Also, you should try a little py for the compiler xd, ilunga k to ilunga k.
I've considered it, but don't underestimate the power of a few macros in C. Don't underestimate my power using macros. By the way, I found a monumental thing. Hold on. Every time this website says new updates, I'm kind of scared as shit, but this is an actual statement. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said that Maduro effed around and found out. These are the people now running my country as well as theirs. Fucking wonderful. Anyway. The dog's name is Jester. Is he licking himself? Just his elbow, so it's fine. You're on camera, bud. What's up? What did I find out? Yeah. On Mac, there is this application called UTM, which runs, it's QEMU, but signed by a developer, which is pretty helpful for a lot of things. And also with a UI. And to be honest, I haven't been able to configure it properly to run Redacted OS on it. But turns out UTM also runs on iPad and iPhone, apparently. So my operating system can technically run on, so can Windows XP, by the way, but my operating system can technically run on iPad and iOS. The problem is I haven't been able to find the configuration to get it to work properly. I even tried Fedora on the one on iPad, and I wasn't able to get it to work. But I didn't try too hard. Should implement Rust-like macros in the language. Oh, fuck no. Rust has a lot of nice things. Syntax is not one of them. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know I mock Rust a lot, but I know it has proper um great advantages, great things about it, but the syntax is not one of them. My friend has Windows XP, Windows 11 on UTM. Why would you run that on Windows 11? I cannot imagine being like, you know what? I don't get enough of Windows on my fucking desktop computer. I need to run it on my phone as well. I cannot imagine doing that. Rust macro syntax is horrible. Rust syntax in general, every time I look at it, it's like, couldn't you have done that a little better? But the macro syntax? Macro rules. What in the name of shit is this, bro? It's so ugly. It's so insane. It isn't too bad. It feels pretty bad. Sorry, but I don't think you're gonna be able to defend this one. Okay. Procedural macros can embed an entire language inside Rust. Wait, macro rule? They're different? What are procedural? Oh my god. Procedural macros allow creating syntax extensions as execution of a function. What's an example of it? Because I've that was a whole lot of nothing in the documentation. That was just yapping for the sake of yapping. Were you good? Come. All right. Allow you to run code. Okay, so here's the actual exploration. This was a whole lot of nothing here, but yeah. Allow you to run code at compile time that operates over Rust syntax, both consuming and producing Rust syntax. You can sort of think of procedural macros as functions from an AST to another AST. It's kind of crazy. Interesting. Shit, if I play around with Rust at some point or another, I might want to check those out just to see what's up. But what is the actual use case of that? Okay, so you've made stuff in there. Like, what can you make with that? Like, it feels like something nice, kind of crazy to have, but not necessary. I don't know. Some crazy stuff with it. I feel like you can go pretty crazy with that. It's just like HTML. Oh my god. It's not like I didn't write lambdas in C. Okay, so who am I to talk? Someone made a Lisp compiler in it too. Question. Has anyone run Doom in it too? By the way, I checked my Doom port today, and for whatever reason, there's this one allocation that just like fails. I was debugging it, but I didn't have a whole lot of time, so I didn't finish. I feel like that kind of stuff can get kind of crazy. It can embed any language. I'm pretty sure C can be embedded, so maybe. Yeah, definitely. Doom generic or from the id Software repo? Oh, you mean mine? Mine is from the id Software repo. I pushed some changes today because I changed some syntax and I hadn't updated it. But there's this one allocation where it just kind of like goes crazy. I don't understand why, to be honest. Seems like I'm doing the correct checks and everything, but then it just fails for whatever reason. And it crashes my entire system too. You would probably need to put it all in one file, yeah. Doom generic. You know, it wasn't even that long to get it to compile. That was pretty fast. I had issues because I didn't have virtual memory, and the ELF files rely heavily on virtual memory. And I wasn't able to turn on position independent code, so that was kind of weird. But yeah, I ended up having to implement virtual memory. I had flashbacks thinking of that. And there were a few issues because my system is 64-bit only, and Doom was made for 32 bits, and like most of the code is generic enough that it knows how to hack. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Most of the code is generic enough that it handles it well, but there are a couple places in which pointers are hard-coded, for example, and the size is important, and so those kind of mess up. But it's literally just a couple places. And I actually found a blog from like 2014 with someone that had the exact solution to those problems. I literally Googled the error that I was getting. I found the person talking about the same exact error and the same exact solution that I needed. So they did most of the work for me when it came to the 64-bit thing. The hack thing, God, the fact that I solved it with 3 lines of code was embarrassing. That one texture bug, yeah, that was another one because of my definition of Boolean and their definition of Boolean was different sizes. Theirs was an enum, so 32 bits. Mine was int 8, so 8 bits. And that was causing wall textures to look weird. And then similarly in how Doom loaded textures from the WAD file, which is the data file for Doom, there was a pointer in there that was unused. And because that pointer was supposed to be 32 bits, but it was 64 bits in my system, then it messed up. That's the one that I found on that blog. And you just change it to an int because it's unused, so it doesn't matter. All right, Mr. Jester. Let's go. And then there was a weird glitch that happened that went away on its own. I guess it was just something within the system. Eventually, it was fixed on its own when I fixed the system. Whatever bug it was, I fixed it without realizing it. But yeah, now there's an allocation bug, so it doesn't even boot. Well, the system boots. The game doesn't start. I was looking a little bit into it before the stream, but it's definitely not a priority. I'll fix it eventually. I also have to fix the Raspberry Pi. As much as I hate the Raspberry Pi now, I kind of have to fix it. And I might in the future do a little bit of RISC-V exploration and development to see if it's worth making it multi-architecture. But if I do it, I'm going to do like a simple Hello World type of operating system and then port mine after that. But yeah. Okay, let's actually get to creating more options for this. Starting with, what does a declaration look like? It can look like this, or this, or this. So you don't put a const token, you instead put a rule, which is an expression, which I called value, but that's not correct. The correct name for it is expression. Okay. So now a declaration is an identifier for the type, an identifier for the variable name, an operator for the equal sign, an expression of some sort, and a semicolon at the end. That's the only way to do a declaration. So we'll need to declare that. I'm also still not bothering with function calls or assignments. I'm only gonna do these. So, how can you do an expression? An expression can be a const token, and that's it. Or it can be a it's a little bit recursive, but I'm not sure how to handle that. So it can be a expression followed by an operator followed by another expression. But the expression is made up by two of itself, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to handle the recursion correctly or not. I don't use a bootloader. The Raspberry Pi has one, but besides that, I don't use a bootloader. And of course, the other way to define an expression is with just an identifier. All right. I don't do x86. That's the trick. Right now, it's not multi-architecture. It's just ARM. If I do another architecture, I want to do RISC, not x86. X86 scares me. Not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna just be honest. It scares me. All right, and that is a grand total of 3 possibilities for an expression. All right, does this compile? It doesn't crash or do anything weird like that, so that's nice. But I do not believe. Oh, hold on. The thing I didn't handle is multiple statements one after the other. So no, it says it failed. x86 is too full of legacy, yeah. For that matter, you can put an ARM processor in 32-bit, but it's optional. You start a processor in 64-bit mode and you can lower it to 32-bit mode. In x86, it's like, oh, you start in 16-bit mode, then you go to 32, then you go to 64. How does that work? It's backwards compatibility. That's really dumb, yeah. I have to ping you to tell you I use x86 because I like to torture myself with it. Well, we all have our weird obsessions, I guess. All right, why did it fail? This seems something a little weird here. It's because of the recursion. Okay, so real quick, let me get rid of the recursive rule, as that one's probably messing things up quite a bit. Yep. Successfully parsed. String scanned.
Yep, OFC Comrade.
Unless no. The problem with this is that it's gonna go into rule expression. Is it a const? No, let me try the next one. Is it an identifier? No, let me try the next one. It's an expression. Yeah, so maybe... needs to be like this. Let me see if this works. Nope, that one fails too. Let me see though. What's the expression? It's value 3. Okay, so has subrule 3. Push the state. Cool. Option 0. Token 0 matches const. That is correct. Sequence 1 failed to match. That makes sense. Goes to the next option then. Failed to match. That also makes sense. Option 2, so this one. Failed to match token 5, found the 15. See, that's a problem. That's not right. Found 15, semicolon. So it matched this token and then it advanced to the next token. Is that what's happened? Let me see. We've got... How many lines is the compiler at right now, by the way? 150, not half bad. Okay, let me see. Where's the one for advancing option? Here it is. You try to advance an option when you failed. Okay. Skipping. There are 4 options, so it moves on to option 1. Sequence 0, that is correct. And then it should be trying with the same exact token. Let me put a print here to make sure that it's not advancing. Evaluating token at T pause. Okay. 8, right? Yeah. It succeeded. Oh, okay, I'm starting to see what's happening. Yeah. Okay. I understand. When it failed at evaluating option 0, it had already moved on to the next part. So it evaluated this and it was like, yeah, this matches. Is there an operand after this? There isn't. Okay, let me start over. But it had already consumed this token, so it continued. I need to keep track of... Shit, how do I do that? Where do I put it? I need to keep track of the current token being parsed to not consume it until it is properly well, every time I look at my laptop, there's a new horrifying update. Trump keeps talking about oil infrastructure. I wonder why. Yeah, I was using VS Codium before I used Zed. I just think it's better. I think it's say easier to use. It's better designed. It's faster. It's very easy to turn off all the AI stuff and never have it try to turn itself on again. In general, I feel like it's built by someone that isn't Microsoft, and that's pretty nice. Okay, I need to keep the current stack, not stack, state of the tokenizer so I can backtrack it. But I'm not sure how to do that. Hmm. Well, there is pretty much one place where I reset the sequence, and that is when I move to the next option, right? And Yeah, I tried fixing the latency and YouTube was like, nope. Okay, so when this runs, this is where whatever we've parsed so far as part of this option needs to be backtracked. And not just the current token, but all the way back to the beginning. Essentially, we're currently here. We need to go back here. So that means that when I push a state of the parser, the state of the parser needs to also save the state of the token stream, right? Not really. So the real state is the one as the scanner. So is that what I need to backtrack? I'm a little lost here on what I'm supposed to do. So let me start step by step here. Let me put a print that says option failed. Okay. Where is it? Okay, yeah, that is correct. It tries to parse the first one. It parses the first step in it, which is a const value. And then it's like, oh, you failed. So you need to backtrack by one value. Except that's not even correct. Did people come from Z, come from Atom? Really? Because Atom gave us Electron, I found out recently, and I kind of hate that. But hey, they've done a pretty good job. They haven't repeated the same mistakes of the past. That's pretty nice of them. Okay, yeah, backtracking by one token is not exactly correct because you should backtrack by also how many, like, let me explain it here. Like, say that I evaluate this one and it works, I evaluate this one and it works, and I evaluate this one and it fails. Then I need to backtrack by this token, but also by all the tokens evaluated by this rule. So more than backtracking, most likely what I need to do is I need to keep track of where the parser currently is when a state is pushed, and then always start from the same place. And essentially reset back to that point. If it fails. So yeah, that print I put in is not correct. Instead, it needs to be put when you pop, Yeah, but you have to have an option to backtrack or not. Because, yeah, when you try to parse the next option, you backtrack. Because you failed evaluating this rule entirely. When instead you reach the end here, you've successfully parsed the rule, you don't need to backtrack, you just keep going. I'm not fully convinced by this, if I'm completely honest, but yeah. And that means that the scanner position needs to be saved as part of the parser so that we can actually do the backtracking. So that's here. And I feel like I'm only doing it when popping, and that's not necessarily right. Here it should also be done, I'm pretty sure. Okay, pretty sure I understand what I need to do now. This scanner gonna put it here real quick. If backtracking then the scanner position gets set to the parser scanner position. The same thing happens here. And when you push a rule onto the stack, here it is. You update the parser's scanner position to be the current one so it can keep track. Not sure if any of this makes sense, to be completely honest, but it's worth checking. It failed. But let's see here. Okay. So it evaluated a token at 8, which is the current position, and it detected it correctly. It goes to the next point and it tries to match the token at point 9, but it fails because it's not an operand, so that makes sense. It goes to the next option, scan backtrack to 9, when I should have backtracked to 8. So that is wrong. Of course, because the scanner position has already been scanned. That's the token's position. It still failed. But I think it did a little bit more. Int a equals 0 succeeds. Tries token at 9, fails. Scan backtrack to 8. That's good. Option 1 sequence 0, evaluating token at 9. Oh, because it's still using the old token. Alright, so I need to fix that. What resistors to get used to see? Just making small things until you're used to making bigger things. That's how I did it anyway. Alright, there's an ad coming up, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm back. Okay. So I think I did the backtracking correctly for the tokens. Because it backtracks to 8. The problem is that it doesn't get the next token anymore. So it should probably do that. God, but I don't want to implement it like this. How do I implement it? Scan backtrack to 8. And then return out of this function, which brings us to now that I have backtracking, it should be enough for me to do this, I believe. Or not, we'll see. It was. Alright, I am back, but I'm actually going to take a couple more minutes because the dog food kind of smells. So I'm going to be out of the room for a couple minutes while Jester has dinner. Okay, back. Took a little bit of extra time to mute some people off my Instagram. Because who the fuck is supporting what's happening right now? How can you be this fucking stupid? Anyway, my parser works. That's pretty nice, isn't it? I think anyway it works. It is able to parse this successfully. Can it also parse this? Yes. Can it parse this then? Bam. And it can parse. Watch it explode because I didn't put a white space there. Yes. Damn. All right. Um, okay. It actually works. What the fuck? So unexpected. Okay. And that means that I now need to figure out how to parse multiple things. Yeah, no, I think the stream is doing fine. That's your Wi-Fi. That's on you. Sorry to say. Although, again, YouTube is telling me that the bitrate is too low, and Twitch is telling me that it's too high. Who's lying to me? Both of them, probably. Because the stream is doing just fine. So, God knows what they're talking about. It's also so funny seeing how since I monetized, literally since the last time I checked the number of subscribers, I've gone up by as many as I had in the previous like 2 weeks. The last time I checked subscribers was like 2 hours ago, by the way. I fucking hate YouTube. Does OBS know I'm live? Yeah, surprisingly. It forgets about it when I change the title of the stream. But since I haven't done that today, yeah, it's doing fine. It's doing just fine. Okay. And no new horrors have been announced. It looks like, anyway. For multi-stream emerging chat, what's this called? Restream. Funnily enough, the piece of software involved in streaming that has given me the fewest issues. Even though every time I mention an issue that I'm having on stream, people tell me it's Restream, it's Restream. It's never Restream. It's the only one that actually works. The only issue is I forgot to cancel my premium subscription that I had for a month. So now I have it for another month. It actually ends like halfway through the month, I believe. Something like the 19th or something like that. It's not expensive. And for that matter, I'm kind of considering like renewing it because when you cancel a service, they always offer you a sale. And it's like 70 euros off for the year. That's like pretty nice. Once I do gaming streams again, because most of the people watching are on this YouTube channel, but I also have a gaming YouTube channel. I kind of stream to both because that's where I keep the VODs. But on that one I have 100 subscribers. On this one I have 12,000. So, you know, slightly different, slightly a little bit unbalanced. Plus Twitch, that allows me to stream to 3 platforms at the same time. And why is my nose itchy? It was Jester's fault, I'm sure. I'm allergic to dog food. Or US military interventions, one of those two things. Okay. I have to admit, I forgot how the grammar should be defined, how grammar should be defined to handle multiple statements. Because, like, this is a statement. And then I don't just parse multiple ones. Ideally, it should all be part of a tree. Like I said, the point is to eventually build a tree, so it all needs to be hierarchical, which means that you base it off of one root, which is the statement here. But then how do you build the other ones? Do you just put 2 statements together? Would that work? It's worth a shot. I'm gonna call it a block. I'm going to define the block in a second. Before I forget, I'm going to change my parser's initial rule to block 1 or more statements. Is that how you do it? That's not how I did it when I built the compiler, but I don't know. Not saying that my compiler was necessarily up to a whole lot of standards right there. Oh yeah, because eBNF has that nice thing to have. The way I'm gonna build it is like this. Let's see if it works. It would be really funny if this works. You can have either 2 statements together or just 1 statement. What you can't have is 0 statements, but that's your problem, not mine. This worked. This worked. Alright. And if it works properly, how do we know? We can just parse the entire text string, or we can just do another one. It's probably gonna be easier. It worked. It actually worked. No way. There you have it. I built it 1 or more. But here it fails. Okay. So 2 or more, but not 3 or more. This fails. Right, because when I do just 1, when I do just 1, it works. When I add the second one, it works. When I add the third one, it also works. So what's the street creds problem? Is it these? Yep. It's the comments? Wait, did I define the type of comment that it uses? Because I kind of need to do that. Comment Oh, not the shit. TK. Comment type slash. Oh, that was it. Damn, cool. Alright, it compiles. Well, compiles is a strong word. It parses. It parses. Ah, there it is. No, these are not super updated. Yeah, it likes looking at itself. What website even is this? CBS News? In case it wasn't super clear, you know. I don't have Dark Reader in incognito mode. Well, how does that work exactly? You just invade a country and then just like steal their oil and then sell it and make a profit off of it? Didn't even take a fucking minute to say that, by the way. It's just like not even a day. Guy hasn't even landed in New York yet. The president that they kidnapped hasn't even landed in New York yet, and they're already like, yeah, so we're gonna sell the oil for them. The sanctions for literally taking over a country. You know, in a normal democracy, this guy would be impeached. This is literally starting a war with no congressional approval or even knowledge. But US politics nowadays can just be summed up as Donald Trump being like, I'm gonna do something absolutely horrible and I don't give a shit. Constitution? Never heard of her. And the Democrats are gonna be like, well, you can't do that. That's illegal. Yeah. So stop that. And then nothing's gonna happen. And then you just rinse and repeat the same thing. It's a very well-functioning democracy they got going over there. Sorry, we got going over there. Now that I guess he's my president or whatever the fuck, I don't even know. Oh, and send billions to Israel. I forgot about that. Donald Trump is like, yeah, I'm gonna do something absolutely illegal because I don't give a shit about the Constitution. The Democrats are gonna be like, yeah, well, you can't do that. And then he's gonna be like, I'm also gonna send billions to Israel. And the Democrats are gonna be like, yeah, we're also gonna send billions to Israel. And then that's it. Rinse and repeat. Democrats being intelligent sometimes and mentioning that the money we send to Israel can end homelessness. Have they ever actually done that? Like, ever? And no, Kamala is not that much better, but um keep in mind that like the US has literally like 3 left-wing politicians. Everyone else is right-wing. Um AOC, the mayor of New York, and Bernie. Those 3 people. They're the only leftists in all of the US government. So like, yeah, I've always trusted them to be the world's police. And freedom has now come to my country. Freedom from the unbearable weight of all the oil reserves that we had. For the love of God. Pay our essential workers or send money to Israel? Send more money to Israel. Yep. Any chance is a good chance to send money to Israel. Anyway, by the way, guys, now that I'm monetized on YouTube, I have super chats, and of course, there's always been subscriptions on Twitch, and it's a great opportunity to send money to Israel. Just letting you know. And full disclaimer, fuck that. No. I would never do that. It's for me. It's to enrich me personally. But not committing a genocide, so that's pretty nice of me, I guess. Okay, we have a parser. Wanted to subscribe for you, but some reason my bank blocked Twitch. Just donate directly to Israel, it's faster, you know. Alright, by the way, I just realized that if a declaration failed, it would have gone into unassigned memory again, because I had this number at 3. I really hate that these numbers have to be hard-coded. Is there a macro that I can use? I don't know. Where am I even using string view? Which, by the way, I need to rename to, oh, here. Just to print, actually. I'm not even using it for anything because I'm not storing the values. YouTube can insert ads even if you set your videos ad-free. And that is exactly why, for the past 4 months, my channel barely grew. That's why I drew that graph of my... Is it still here? No. That graph of my channel's growth. It's like this. When I gained access to monetization really early, but I didn't do anything with it. Then I decided, you know what? If people want to like do super chats, I'm going to enable the option to do super chats. And that was around here. And then last week I got really fed up that it took me longer to edit a video than it took YouTube to just kill it. So I started looking into my analytics until I came across the answer. And that's that. And now, oh no, I'm making money. But like, I'm actually getting people viewing my stuff. And subscribers and stuff, so that's nice. Okay, to be fair, this is a little bit unfair because really it was a little bit more like this. Because I did have monetization on shorts, so those ones were working. But everything else... It is so incredibly scummy of YouTube to do that, by the way. Just because I didn't want to run ads on my channel, they completely killed my channel. They well, didn't kill it because it's back, but like they just like suppressed the hell out of it. This is this is an exaggeration, but it's not too much of an exaggeration.
Comrade SEN di Money to Israel or WMAK e your channel FAIL.
That may be it too. Maybe that's what I did wrong. But no. Because today I've been criticizing Israel and the United States like crazy, and I've been doing just fine, so. And yesterday I was criticizing the hell out of YouTube, so. Okay, so my parser is working. It is able to parse where is it? Because I actually just remembered when I did this, what I should have done, keep those commented out and just make this a 1. Okay, and the last question I probably should ask myself is, how do I detect that I have fully scanned the entire program and successfully created a tree? But, well, successfully created a tree is a little bit of a strong word because I'm not creating a tree. So that's not helpful. I think more so that's a question to answer when I do create a tree. So it can it can wait. What I think probably shouldn't wait is the equal sign being considered as an operator. Which is a little bit complicated, I guess. Well, it's not complicated. It's just moving it out of here and making it its own category. The question is, will that affect the JSON parsing? Nope, it actually won't affect the JSON parsing, because the only operator that the JSON parsing is looking for is the minus sign. So we can just yoink it out of here. Then gotta rebuild the operating system. And then this will fail, right? It failed, but in a really weird way. Why is it parsing JavaScript operators? Because it's a JSON parser. Well, the tokenizer, I guess, is supposed to be a little bit more like generalized, so I like that it does that. Okay, it failed, but like in a really weird way. I guess because it doesn't know how to parse yeah, I think that's what happened. It doesn't know how to parse an equal sign, and so it parsed it as a end of stream token, because that's a 0. That's probably what happened. Um, no, is there a simpler one? Okay. Don't fail. Token sign. Length should probably be 1, I feel like. Is there any symbol that it's parsing like this? Not really. Anyway, length 1. And position is the same one as this. So we don't really do pause before anymore. Okay. And then I will need to update wherever I put the word operator here. It's now as ein. No, it still fails. It didn't work. I did recompile the system, right? Wait, is that failing? No, it's not. But this is. Why is this not muted? Raylib works on redacted. No, redacted apps work on Linux, Mac, and Windows because of Raylib. Eventually I'll port it as well, probably, but I just don't need it. That may be the reason. Maybe, actually. I don't know if that's the reason or not. That was the reason. And yet, it's not working. Token int, token A, token 7. Yep. Did I forget to... Nope. Kind of weird. Operator is 6 and assign is 7. Well, because those were not supposed to be operators. Still fails. int a equals yeah, I get a feeling I may be doing this wrong. Is there a simple rule that I can copy this one? Identifier one. Starts at this. Length. It's good. Yeah, I feel like this should work. Need to see the beginning real quick. God, you work too fast for your own good. Now I'm just determined to do this like this. It works too fast. Can't even see where the actual string begins. Alright, no, this is not good. Const operator expression. Identifier operator expression. Const or identifier. That's good. Identifier assign. Expression semicolon. That's good. That's a declaration. And then just parse one statement. Yeah, no, it just keeps doing that. Is it always doing the same thing? Failed to match token 0, found 7, skipping. There are two options. Ran out of options to parse rule 0. Hold on. There's only one option, really. Failed to match token 2, found 7, skipping. I don't understand how it's getting this recursive. I have to say, I have no idea what's happening anymore. I just put it. Yeah, okay, that works. Yeah. Yeah. And then it fails. Okay. So it matches the equal sign as an equal sign. There he goes again, Jesus Christ. Then the rule has a subrule 4, rule 2, which is declaration, right? Has subrule 4 expression. That's correct. So it pushes the state and tries again. Evaluating. It's gonna take forever if I just do it like this. Yep. 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 Okay. So it matches int a equals. It then goes to subrule 4, pushes the state. Failed to match token 5, found 7. Did it just stop advancing? Is that what's happening? Because it keeps saying it finds 7, but you already evaluated token 7. Evaluating token at 6, evaluating token at 6. Yep, it hasn't advanced. So it's not like you're advanced. Oh, you're doing scan next, I guess. Yeah, I probably need to advance the scanner manually after I do what I do. Which all of these are doing internally, but I'm not doing. Not sure if that's how, but that is how they're doing it. Yep. I can bring you guys back. And you, and do a 4 here, and then bring you back, and do a 2 here. And then I just bring back this. And I probably should have removed the delay. It's nice to see the compiler working this slow and see what's happening. If you can manage to read all this information and understand what it means, that's pretty cool. A plus B pop state, cannot pop root state, string scanned. Bam. I kind of understood what was happening there, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's not the most efficient. There it is. Okay. Well, parser is parsing. Shocking, I know, but parser is parsing. And it's going pretty well, I have to say. I might just continue later. So I do have a little motherfucker over there to walk, and I do need to have dinner, but I do want to keep working on this because I said I was gonna do window manager, and I said I was gonna do music stuff the next 2 streams essentially. Maybe I'll be able to do them all in one stream, I don't know. But yeah, essentially tomorrow's stream is not going to be related to any of this stuff. So there's a chance that maybe later today I'm gonna stream a little bit more, and Parse is already kind of low-key finished. But yeah, I might just like get started on the AST or something like that. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, most likely I'm going to stream again later today, because I also haven't done that in a while. But yeah, gotta take advantage of the fact that I am still on vacation during this week, and I go back to work on Thursday. So take advantage of the fact that I have a lot of energy and I haven't had to write or think about React Native for the past few weeks. That's pretty nice. I'm trying my hardest not to think about it right now, but yeah. Yeah, so just going to commit what I have. HTML parser tomorrow? No. You were the one asking for a window manager. Why are you saying HTML parser when I said I'm gonna do a window manager? What the hell? Oh yeah, hold on. Before I finish, let me test it with this one as well. It should work just fine. It does. It does work just fine. Successful, successful, successful. Great. Stream ending? Yeah. Window manager that uses HTML. Yeah, and JavaScript too, right? Fuck off. Just want to see something real quick. Fuck off, calculator. Okay. What happens if I do something illegal? Maybe don't do something that illegal. That's too bad. Oh no. Oh. Let me just not put a semicolon in and see what happens. Nope. How do I break you without breaking you too much? Simple to make apps with JavaScript and React. Yeah, no, thank you. Never mind. Can I... Yeah, it just does an infinite loop now. That kind of sucks. Not sure why this is happening. Are the numbers next to the rules correct? I think because it always tries to evaluate this one, then this one, this one, this one. Yeah. Most likely. So what happens if I just do this? String scans 0. Amazing. Okay. So I think actually this result tells me whether it succeeded or not. But because of this recursive rule, it either parses a full program or it stays in an infinite loop. But yeah, I think that the result of the last operation, when you're done scanning tokens, tells you whether you succeeded or not. All right. So the infinite loop thing is like a little bit of an improvement that I'll have to make in the future. Like kind of like, you know, not make my compiler do an infinite loop every time. But it's not important right now. All right, okay. I'm gonna commit what I have now. Don't care about this change. And then in the operating system, all right. HTML is cool. I don't know about that. But why would you need a HTML for the window? If it was HTML for the UI, I understand that. Even then, just want to point out that you can do UIs like this, which is kind of the type of syntax that I was going for in my library. In C, not in Swift, mind you. So there's that. But Yeah, as to why you would make the window itself HTML, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. No, no, no. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's not necessary. Now, HTML is simple, yeah, but it's not necessary for a window title. Windows always kind of look the same. It's a rectangle with a title, sure. But it's unnecessary for a window manager because the shape of the window is very static. It's always the same. You don't need HTML for that. But for that matter, the way that the windows are drawn right now is this, which is the closest that I could get C to look like SwiftUI. So I have to say I didn't do a particularly bad job of it. To be fair, my inspiration wasn't SwiftUI, it was Clay, but yeah. So I would much rather have a syntax like that instead of HTML. Like a UI requiring parsing on an operating system feels like a bad idea to me personally. Yeah. A UI requiring parsing seems like a bad idea. Natively, you know. On web, I get it. I will do an HTML parser eventually, but like, it's not a priority. It's not important right now. And no, what I'm gonna do with the window manager is I want to try out Linux window managers, like tiling window managers. Yesterday we saw the scrolling window manager, which you know, not to brag, but hey, what's happening? Why is it not loading? God damn it. You can't do this to me, bro. Where's my visuals? What's happening? Why is it black? Why is it all black? Well, anyway, when my Windows used to load... Oh, I think I understand what's happening. I'll fix it in a minute. When my Windows used to load, you used to be able to scroll on window on Windows. It's a little glitchy. This is a new glitch. I hadn't seen this one before. The window slides. But yeah. The point is, tiling windows would be pretty easy to implement, and scrolling windows, or whatever it was called, we saw it yesterday, would also be really easy to implement. And also maybe I'll fix these glitches that are happening. That would be nice. So, if you're on a Mac and you're using the trackpad, because you don't have a middle mouse button, it won't work, by the way. I'll need to figure out an alternative to that because I don't have a trackpad. And for that matter, QEMU doesn't even support a trackpad type. So there's not much I can do to like scroll on trackpad systems, which kind of sucks, but yeah. Anyway, Um, shit, now I don't know if I'm gonna stream or I'm gonna rest. It's like I'm on vacation, so I could do either one. All right, here's the deal. Here's my Discord. And if I do stream again later today in a couple hours or so, I will mention it on there and continue working on the compiler. If not, tomorrow's stream is at the same time as today, 3 p.m. CET, Central European Time, and 2 p.m. UTC, UK time. And tomorrow I'm gonna like look at existing window managers, install one in a VM most likely, check them out, see if I like them also for using in my system, my Linux, because they seem like something I would like, but I have to see what they're like, see what I prefer, see what I want to use in my own system, and see what I want to use in my computer. I will run them in a VM, yeah, because that way I can just install as many as I want without worrying about them then always being installing on my system or like conflicting with each other or shit like that. I can just nuke the VM at the end of it and be done with it. And if I choose to use one in Linux, I will install it afterwards. And also I will do it off stream because I don't know if it requires like a restart or if it will mess up my stream. You know how easy it is to mess up the stream on Linux. So definitely don't want to install it live on my system. Okay. That's for tomorrow. There's a chance I continue the compiler stuff today. Seeing a lot of you join my Discord right now, so I will let you know on there. You can also get notified for live streams. It will tell you when I'm live in the videos channel. And yeah, I want to see like Wayland as well. Probably there's not much of a visual difference between that and X11. But yeah, I want to try out like different desktop environments, different window managers, all that stuff. So we're gonna check all that stuff out tomorrow. Today might do some more compiler design. We will see. All right, thank you so much, everybody. See you either later today or tomorrow.